Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, September the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Thank you, William. All right, well, guys, we're in for a bit of a rocky open, it looks like. Look at the SPY. We're down 1.6% right now. The FANG stock's dragging us down. Tech is down. But as always, we have to see. Maybe we'll get a little rally. If this could turn into one of my favorite days. I love the gap downs and then a nice little rally for the balance of the day to see what happens. So let's take a look at some of the specific stocks that are in the pre-market right now. This is of interest, I think. MLHR. It's an earnings play. And now it was up, yeah, it's still up, 12% in earnings play. A builder, of course. When I was looking earlier at my Spyders, the only positive one, now this is real estate, but the KBH was slightly positive also. I see it's just dipped down a little bit. So I thought, well, maybe the builders could be the strong sector for today. And of note also with MLHR, yes, MLHR. Let me bring it back up. Show you where that 200-day moving average is, 28.97. So it had popped up through that 200-day moving average pretty strongly, but it is now starting to challenge it again. So, you know what? I mean, we might be in for a fade, of course, depending on how bad the market is today. You are entirely right. You were entirely right. I don't know why I thought it was a builder. There's another builder that starts with that letter M. I don't think we have them in Canada, and that's why I got confused. And also, when I did take a look at the KBH, XHB, it was up, and I thought, okay, maybe it's going to allow the builders to have a positive day. Say it was the only sector that was up. Now it is down like the rest of the sectors. Okay, I apologize for that. So some financings here. FRTA is gapping down a financing, $13.50 a share financing, so it's below the financing price. Strong yesterday, continuation so far is Sorrento, SRNE. Nice gap up, had a great day yesterday. Actually, that's a red bar ignored day yesterday on the daily chart. So it is still strong. It is a virus play, of course. NCNA gapping down on its financing. Financing at $4.50 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Play. Not a great press release today for Play, basically saying, hey, we don't get any money, we're filing for bankruptcy. So that is Play, a gap down for Play. We're looking at the same things, real VRS. Another, now this is a dividend play also. You know, it reminds me a little bit about the KRTEA from a couple of days ago. RIGL. It's a little gap up on it's a virus play, lots of volume. I'm watching DKNG here. DKNG, after several big days, it is starting to gap down. Are all sports canceled now? iBio, little gap up for it. Whoops. iBio's now it was up here at 247. Giving it up a little bit here. This is another virus play. I'm skeptical of these little ones, but again, I try to remain a little bit open-minded, and just in case they take off. It's a huge float though for a $2 stock. 166 million in the float. HEPA, another virus play. Let's see, is it holding? Not really. I mean, it hit 427. But again, maybe it'll start curling back. This is a little more. This is better in terms of the float. 9 million in the float. Another virus play. Nice gap. VCNX, not a virus play, but a little collaboration deal they've got going with Merck, MRK. Boy, DK&G is really starting to give it up here, guys. Almost down 5% now. Let me get back to the VCNX. So this has some room. This definitely has some room if it wants to keep going. Another low float, 6.5 million in the float. And now there was a little spike high up to 7. This is really starting to move now, guys. VCNX. For solar, FSLR. This gap down 7%. Pretty good volume. I don't see any specific. It's a secondary. 8.6 million. I'm just seeing it now. Pricing is at $69 a share, so it's below the financing price of $69. FSLR. APPS. See any specific reason other than just market weakness maybe, but APPS is gapping down also after 2 great days. I did not play anything pre-market, no. Haven't taken any pre-market trades for a bit. CKPT, this is gapping down. And I'm just trying to see if, it says announces positive interim results, but evidently, I guess there was the initial reaction was good, but now the reaction is bad, negative. So there's CKPT gapping down. Another little one doing a financing, SBBP, is gapping down on financing, $225 a share. So it's a little bit below the financing price. Goldfields, I thought maybe gold and silver could have, with the market being a little bit weak this morning, I thought maybe gold, but no. I mean, just looking at this one specific stock, but GFI, pretty big gap down, big float. I did mention FRTA right off the bat. FRTA, it's a financing, $13.50 a share. At least I thought I did. It's a financing at $13.50 a share. And JD, I didn't see. I'm not sure I saw that one. Yeah, the reason is that it's just now getting to be. I have a filter that has to be down at least 3%. So it's now just over that. So that's probably why I didn't see it. All right, 9:14. Let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if the trend continues with more upgrades and downgrades. Find my... just a few more upgrades and downgrades. Just one moment, please. All right, let me get some of these upgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. It's just for fun. Take a look at snow. I know it's down. Down 9%. Crazy, crazy IPO from yesterday. I know, Zach, you did not hold your short overnight. I'm pretty sure you didn't anyway if you're in the room. See, now it is interesting. It is now shortable next day at Interactive Brokers. 24,000 shares available. Not that I'm going to do it, just out of interest. Give me a moment, please. I just want to change my music. There we go. VCNX. This could be the interesting one. Obviously, with the low float, you put Merck in the press release. It's a collaboration. Understand that these large drug companies, they collaborate with these small. There's just so many of them. But it always looks good on the day that they can announce something like that. You put Merck in the headline, and well, this is what happens. Pretty good volume, up 20%. As BBP continues, wow, it was big gap down. Of course, it's on financing, 225, so it's just a little bit underneath the financing price. MNQ, probably not a symbol, is it? Nope. All right, I didn't mention this one. Did not mention this one. I guess I should. I mean, it's a lot of volume. SBE, another one of the SPACs. Had the news yesterday, a little pop, but it's holding above. Actually, it is holding above the high of yesterday, so that's encouraging if you're looking at this one. Had some action after hours. ChargePoint going public via SPAC. That was the news, and this is the SPAC that they're going to be doing the merger with, SBE. So it is still pretty good, actually. I mean, you know, over the hive yesterday, just barely, but a lot of volume. So there's still a lot of interest in this. Relatively low float, 31 million in the float. Yeah, definitely not a good press release or play. I mean, this is what we see. You know, Dave and Buster's warns of bankruptcy if no lender deal struck. Any thoughts about Kodak? Well, let's see if it's what it's doing today. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still a lot of volume, 3 million shares. It really hasn't moved off the close of yesterday. Of course, if you followed what happened yesterday, I don't know what law firm it was, but basically said, hey, nothing to see here, folks. No insider activity that we should be worried about, SEC should be worried about. But it did sell off. I mean, it got as high as 1138 and it closed at 865, so it's basically there now. A little bit of activity in IPOB, IPOB. Give me one moment, please. So as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, these three windows here, you can access it from the channel bar. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar, then click channel bar, and then there I am, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything here in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would disappear, which is fine as long as you've saved it to the cloud. But if you've taken a lot of time constructing your own personal layout and you haven't saved it yet, you won't be happy. So please make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. And then you can follow along. Watchlist has actually produced pretty nicely the last couple of days. Actually, I think the 3 days. No, Monday was indifferent, but certainly Tuesday and Wednesday had some great trades in it. See, the WVE has pulled back like a lot of the market, but no, actually not bad. I noticed that this morning was down to 1687, but this is not bad now. You have to see if we have a continuation day. There was the high yesterday of just over 19. anything sneaking in here. An AK, this is a little one. A lot of volume, NAK. These guys are always all about Alaska. Big float though. That's always the problem I've had with this one. Almost $500 million in the float for $1 stock. That's a lot. Takes a lot to move it. I mean, it's already moved. So how much more can it move once the market opens? Lots of volume. Always to do with Alaska, I think. You know, some project they've got up there, and environmental concerns, I believe. So it's on again, off again. Did he? Okay. I mean, listen, I mean, this is a great gap. Only issue I've got, big issue though, $500 million in the float. It will take a lot to move it. There's the high right there, 122. And then you've got a lot of resistance up here, but that's far enough away. I mean, if you can get the stock at 120, high 120s, and if it moves to, you know, this area, that'd be a nice percentage move. But I don't know. Yeah, definitely strong. Sorrento was definitely strong. A lot of short sellers, of course, love this one. Virus play. So interested to see if that MLHR, not a builder, I'm sorry. They are a builder, but not of homes. Okay, furnishing, office manufacturing, office furniture manufacturing. So see if this one continues here. There's that 200-day moving average. It flirted with it right here. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these two. And as always, I will be connecting to the simulation trader, paper trader, explain all that in about an hour from now. IPOB is having a nice little surge here. IPOB, nice little surge. Of course, this was in the news a couple of days ago. It's a SPAC merger with Open Door. Yeah, MHLR still is strong. I mean, look at the gap here, guys. I mean, this has got a lot of room. You know, if it want, I mean, in a better market, maybe. I mean, this has a lot of room. Look left on this MLHR. Ton of room. Yes, the market's going to open in about 20 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. This is a really intriguing one. Now, I mean, I'm still, my bias is still maybe to, you know, to short this one on any sort of strength, depending what the market does. But it is strong. Now, is that right? No, that was a crazy drop. Okay, the market's open, guys. All right, let's see what the SPY does now. So we're now open. So there's a red candle to begin. Let's see what the SPY is going to do in that first 15 minutes. Down, on the way down. Big play yesterday, of course, actually 3 days. And Sorrento, well, not going up. Not a continuation yet anyway. Lots of volume coming in, SRNE. Again, I typically sit out the first 15 minutes anyway. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Did you actually keep some? I was wondering if you kept some. It's a big win if you kept some. Okay, guys. Wow, there it goes. Nice goods. I know you took some. That was a bit of a dip here. Now look at it. It's not a low float situation. 108 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation. Lots of volume. Merck in the headline. I can take out this right up here, 843. What did it get to? Takes this out right there. And of course it gets rid of that, and then it can maybe take a run up to that 10 level. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I don't know. I get these mixed up. VCNX. You're right. You're absolutely right. This is the one that's a low float. Okay. Well, I still think I'm going to stick an alert right at the high here. I'm interested, depending what the market does, of course. I mean, if the market starts to put in a bit of a rally, this TCS was strong yesterday. It did sell off a little bit, and there was a topping tail, got up to 640, closed at just under 6. Looks like it's trying to resume, but I think a lot is going to depend on what the market does. It's TCS. Yeah, just not very much, but there's no volume. There was no volume in the pre-market. That's why I really didn't take a look at it. There's not that much volume yet, but of course it's early. It's a relatively low float, 17 million in the float. Okay, now there's a huge chopping tail for MLHR. SRNE now under 10. Look at this one. Look at the how crazy this one has been. Got all the way down. I know, got down to 1568. Now it's popped right back up to 1712. So it is now well, I thought it was positive. I guess I'm. Oh, I see. It's just a new high. for the day. Still negative. Yeah, very few earnings plays, but this is, this has some name recognition. Lots and lots of room for it to keep moving if it wants to. Meanwhile, GME, oh, a nice continuation. Look at GME taking out yesterday's high now. GME taking out yesterday's high. Wow. Play rebounding here. It's almost like they're threatening. It was a threatening PR. Yeah, you don't give us money, we're going out of business, you'll lose all your money. So there's play trying to rebound a bit. What a move for GME here. See if there's any specific news. Jeffries maintains their coverage with a target of 10, so it's almost there. People buying Barbie dolls. Mattel. Awful looking daily chart, guys. You want to print the definition of awful, just print this out and put it on your wall. This is a horrible looking daily chart. All these topping tails, bottoming tails. Indecision galore. The new low float, yeah. Yeah, I mean, General Electric had a heck of a day yesterday. Look at GME. Well, and another one that is really bouncing here. Look at NKLA. Of course, the target of I never remember if it's street sweeper. I think it's street sweeper, right? Of their scathing report on them, fraud allegations, etc. But look at the volume coming in. Yeah, that PlayStation stuff, definitely not my demographic, but of course, big virus play right here, Alt, A-L-T. This is interesting. Look at Alt above. Well, look at the room it's got. Alt has room. Um, Above yesterday's high now. Way above yesterday's high. ALT on the move. Hindenburg, you're right. I'm sorry, Bob. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my memory. Hindenburg, not Street Sweeper. I love the name. That's a great name for a short seller though. The Hindenburg. Just looking at a couple of some of the thumbnail charts I've got to see if there's any activity, good activity. I mean, there we go. I mean, look at alt up. So that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Again, I always have to say this, not that after 15 things are settled down, but well, it's getting close to that high of 3 days ago, VXRT. And just checking the AI, no AI alerts yet. I have to keep an eye on, I have to look at a JAKK. Absolutely, they make no bones about it. They're short. They don't hide the fact. It's really no different from an analyst going very bullish on a stock and putting a big price target on it, in my opinion. And that's their opinion, of course. I mean, I didn't read the full report. Okay, this one, TCON, guys. This is now just above yesterday's high. This will trigger here in a couple of minutes if it maintains this high, TCON. Boy, this has got lots of room still. On the monthly chart, you know, $7 or so. There's the resistance. All right, this is an earnings play. Not that well, actually. Okay, there's the VXRT now above that high right here. But you know, right now you'd be chasing it. But great volume. Volume is not let up. Okay, there goes alt again. Real was mentioning GLNG. Yeah, big run for GLNG. Probably coming into resistance around that 14.30. Well, that's about $1 away. Look at it on the monthly chart. It's about $1 away. There's that TCON. I said it would trigger. There it is. So Alt and TCON on the move here. TCON triggered at 555. Now you're in chase, a little bit of chase mode. Let's see if it settles a bit. But of course it's got lots of room. What a 3 weeks it's had. We're $1.70 stock, 560 now. All right, guys, VCNX may be getting ready. There's that low float situation. It has room. Boy, Sorrento just taking a header. There, okay, there's, just as I said it, VCNX. It's right at the, well, it's not quite the pre-market high. I guess there's one spike up here. Okay, so Steelcase, of course, which is a competitor to Herman Miller, they're doing well also. They had a nice day yesterday. Maybe this is piggybacking. They have earnings on the 22nd next week. Okay, so the VXRT triggered, but again, we're in chase mode on this one. I'm sorry, somebody asked about Peloton, PTON. Well, what is a bounce or to continue down? Well, nothing showing bounce yet. I mean, there's maybe some support around that 79 level right here. The 1, 2, 3, maybe. If it gives up that 79 though, look out. So, you know, keep an eye on SCS. I mean, cheaper than MLHR. What's the float for Steelcase? Oops. Float is 83 million. What is the float for MLHR? So 58 million in the float here. So this is just continuing. Boy, yeah, VXRT. All right, so I'm sticking an alert on the VCNX back up here at 651 where the trigger was, around 658 actually. I'm going to put an alert right there. See if it takes it out later on. You know, the problem with VCNX, not a virus play. VXRT, of course, virus play. Interesting. I mean, it's a big float, 108 million in the float, and this is just ripping now. Big volume, 15 million. Well, let's see. I'm interested in definitely interested in the play. Had a little pop. It's given that pop up, right back down to the lows. Okay. I'm going to stick an alert at 558 for the TCON and see if it takes it out again. Oh, look at this. Wow, what a gap down for MCS. Cinemas, what's CNK doing? CNK the same, kind of. Keep an eye. I mean, this could get ugly for CNK. It's underneath 12 now. Well, it's a great alert, 859. I just couldn't chase it. Look at WVE, guys. Look at it come right back. This was down here at 1677, so it's had a $2 pop. Look at WVE, been a star for the last 6 days or so, and now it just took out. In fact, I was just going to say it will probably trigger. It just took out yesterday's high. Again, it's so extended, but well, I'm loving this one. I like these two topping tails right there, or bottoming tails. There is a topping tail, but for TCON, look at the big bottoming tail. A couple of them right now. If it takes this out, I'm probably going to take this trade because still has room. TCON. Of course, I'm not telling you to take the trade. I'm just laying it out ahead of time. So this could be turning into my favorite day, guys, if this continues. Favorite day being in a nice big gap down and then a recovery. Here's another really cheap one with a big float, a dollar stock with 130 million in the float. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. I just don't think, I don't see how it can get much further. It's got some resistance right around here and here. Barbie on the move, Mattel on the move. All right, Kodak, not Kodak, TCON. I had a pop up here. Boy, it's still a little, let's see, I'm going to put an alert at 558. Let's see if it just maintains this area, 558. Well, Kodak is completely, of course, a news-driven stock right now. So I don't think much of it. I mean, it's it's not doing anything. It's just basically where it was yesterday. check this out for Mattel here. What's the high looking left is 1196. Okay, that's fine. And 1280. So if Mattel takes out 12 again, this could be, a pretty interesting little play. It's not a low float, so it shouldn't be too whippy. 345 million in the float. It might be just one of those relatively stress-free plays. I'm going to stick an alert at 1209, see if it takes it out again. All right, well that was definitely a fake out on the TCON. I was all set to take it, and then it just dropped a little bit, and so I waited at that 550. I just have to see. I have to set my alert again here, 558 for TCON. Yeah, there are no AI alerts yet. MCS continues down here. Man, oh man, look at this. What do we have here on that monthly chart? The lows are 956 and 960, so it's below those lows. My guess is that right down here is an all-time low around 688. So MCS, weak, weak, weak. They launch convertible senior notes, so it looks like it's a financing also, as well as probably being weak anyway, but it is a financing for MCS. All right, taking a look at some of the SPACs. Graph is still down for the day, but it is rebounding. GRAF, nice so far, a nice move for the SPY. So the next low looking left for play is right around 1549, 1550 or so. That's the next low. Looks like Eno is going to go positive. Well, not quite. It's still down $1, but it has had a nice recovery. Well, nothing's stopping this one. 859. Again, I didn't chase it, but 859. Let's see, the Kodak's 1455. Oh yeah, I mean this is it's above, of course, yesterday's high, above that high, and it still has room. Codex, CODX. Yeah, Kodak is on the move here. And just watching this MCS to see if it keeps going up or this is just a blip. Well, I'm going to stick an alert down here for this MCS down around 9. I mean, it's way down here, 943, but okay, so the TCON is getting more interesting, in my opinion. Reset my alert around that 560 mark. It's just kind of hanging around and see if we get some volume. It's very extended on the weekly, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. Look at this on the daily, how extended it looks, but the WVE is still moving. Look at Eno, guys. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes positive. Nothing from the AI yet. Oh, nothing. Wow, what an alert. 859, probably $1 now. Not quite. 932. All right. iBio, what are you doing? 261. Well, you can see on the iBio, if it can somehow take out, it's not that far away from it, say around that 278 level. Look at that daily chart. Same thing right there. Look at the weekly chart. Look how much room left it has if it wants to keep running. All right, well, TCON has been pretty whippy, so I'm just going to have to, again, I just have to set my alert and just wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, I just pass on it. Yeah, still no AI alerts. So I see there's a pop with play. Let's stick an alert underneath 16, see if it takes it out the second time. See if that turns into a green bar ignored. It would have to, that red bar would have to go all the way back down below that green candle. So we'll see. All right, so for the Herman Miller MLHR, we definitely have some topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. Look at these topping tails right here. I don't know if you're still in this, Zach, but this could be giving us a bit of a sign. Depends on what this one does, of course. Market is still in recovery mode. 45 minutes, so well, not quite, 7 minutes for this candle to close. So we've had 45 minutes of almost of recovery. Just watching Codex to see, okay, if it can base a little bit here, just a little bit. Give me a moment, please. Well, my goodness, GE now over 7. Continuation day for it. Now, you would think there is resistance around that 710 to 720 mark based on that weekly chart. All right, guys, there's the SBE. SBE from yesterday. So the trigger, it finally hit the high. There was the high right there. So it hit the high. So that's why it did not trigger until here. Okay, this one, Paratech, almost at the last week's high, 623. It's just a little bit over last week's high. 641 was about a month and a half ago, I guess, for Paratech, PRTK. Relatively low float, 39 million in the float. Well, this is highly, really could be very whippy. SBE, they did hit 1539 in the pre-market, pulled right back. SPY on a nice move here for the SPY so far. Still nothing from the AI. Looking for some of the ones that have been eBay on the way down. All right, Codex is coming back. Not Kodak, sorry, Codex, CODX. Yeah, I was watching those topping tails, but that third one looks like it's being taken care of. I mean, this could easily be, guys looking for swing trades, easily be something you want to keep an eye on, just because look how much room it still has. Okay, again, I'm not saying to take this as a swing trade, but for those of you who are interested in swing trading, I mean, this is an earnings play today, tremendous reaction through the 200-day moving average, but more importantly, when you look left on the monthly chart, the next high looking left is 35, and then, way up here. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but these are the sort of charts, in my opinion, that can give you the best opportunities to swing, especially with good news. So VXR, sorry, wrong. I'm looking at the wrong screen. VIPS is weak. VIPS is weak. Let's see, what sort of support? Looks like there could be some support around 16 for VIPS. PCG. Well, you know me, it would have to take out 10 before it's really going to. There goes Codex. Right back up, CODX. Yeah, so for the PCG, I mean, you know, if it takes out 10, I mean, there was the high this week. I guess that was a couple of days ago. If it can take out 10, then, you know, obviously it's got a shot into this area here. I'll stick an alert. Press alert right here at 9.99. See if it takes it out later on. Well, one to take a look at is the MLHR. Okay, MLHR. There's MCS now back down. I don't know how dynamic this is going to be, but the MLHR, Herman Miller. So again, the way I look at it, I mean, it's an earnings play. So obviously the reaction to earnings has been great. There's the 200-day moving average. It's way above it now. Okay, but more importantly, looking left, it has room to run if it wants to keep going. So, you know, I mean, that's just kind of laying it out like that. As always, I'd be waiting for the end of the day, see how it see how it finishes up. What you don't want to see is a big sell-off. Doesn't have to close right at the penny, you know, the high, but what do you think? Keep an eye on this SPE, guys. I mean, what's the spread like? It's not terrible. Starting to drift down. Okay, starting to drift down a bit. You know, I've stuck an alert here at 1435. Reasonably impressed that it took out yesterday's high. It's still above yesterday's high. You know, it's been up and down, big bottoming tail, a topping tail, so a little bit directionless right now, but remember, it did hit in the pre-market. It hit 1542. If it can take out that high again on some volume, this could have another little run in it. SBE. Okay, so Jim, all you have to do is, so left click on a chart. Give me a second here as I keep putting some price alerts here for Codex. So the question was, how do you change a symbol on a chart, change a ticker? So left click on the chart. So Trader Diz knows it's the active chart. So left click and then literally just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And you just click change or enter on your keyboard. If for some reason, when you start typing, the box doesn't pop up, hit the space bar on your keyboard, and then it'll pop up. Okay? Ah, Jim, you're in both feeds, I see. Again, guys, steel case piggybacking on the nice move. That's what K&L. K&L is another one. Just checking some of the other ones in that sector. No, but I'm seeing the codex. Oh, there's definitely more, Jim. There's definitely more activity in this room. Oh, there you are. Well, I saw Carve this morning. It's not, that had a pop this morning. I thought maybe these ones, because I think Ebon and U1 and all those, but this is obviously the star. Well, MCS is starting to drift down. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Right there is the, looks like the all-time low. Well, maybe not. Oh, I'm sorry, right there it is. That's right, it's around $6 or so. Look at Steelcase, guys. Again, Steelcase, piggybacking with MLHR. MLHR. Ebon is halted, yes. All right, guys, NCNA is coming back nicely. They did a financing at $4.50 a share, and it is reacting pretty nicely, actually, to that financing. $4.50. I mean, it's down, of course, but you know it's bouncing quite a bit off that $4.50 financing price, and it's now just over $5, and that's NCNA. Those of you following this GE, another stellar move. Well, listen, I mean, if it takes, what the heck? I'll put an alert here at 722 for GE. That's the high looking left on that weekly chart. If it does that, I mean, I guess it has a shot to get close to that 8 level. I didn't see RAD. I noticed you mentioned it. I didn't see it coming up on any of my alerts. Why? Let's see. It's because it's only up less than 2%. You know, the ideal thing for this NCNA would be to rest a bit. I mean, you're in chase mode right now. Just rest. Okay, just over 5. You know, give us a little bit of consolidation, and then continue to move, especially if we get a big volume pop. It may not happen though. Okay, so play is down again. I don't know if you were still in it, Real. That was a fairly big pop up. Well, they are automatic, so unless, let me just see, unless you've checked or unchecked the smart risk levels, you might have done that. That's the only thing I can think of. So if you right click on a chart and go to properties and right down here, show smart risk levels, right here those. Show indicators, execution, smart. I don't, like I'm on a development version, so I'm not sure what you guys see. Okay, so I'm on a development version, so obviously that is not available. I don't know why you wouldn't be seeing them then, because they're automatic. There's nothing you have to do. Depends on the time frame you're looking at, maybe. Maybe you're not seeing it. Because it is automatic. There's nothing you have to do. Okay, the E-bond is now open for business again. Talk about resilient. Look at WVE now. All right, so I have not given up on TCON, nor have I given up on VCNX. Yep. That is, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, that should show you the stop. Now, I don't know what time frame you're looking at. Because you're right, that's a stop, and there is the stop there. There was the trigger right there. Now you won't necessarily see the profit target or the profit target because of depending on your time on how big your chart is. Okay, I mean I can't see it. I can see it here on my daily chart. But Jim, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't pay that much attention to the targets. You know, I would treat each trade on its own. You know, the only thing I would pay attention to are the stops, but I wouldn't pay that much attention to the targets. These targets can be very artificial. I mean, what if the target was $1 away? There's no science behind that, as an example. So I honestly wouldn't really pay that much attention to targets. Well, PRTK, since the alert has gone 625, 647 now. Okay, now the market is starting to, well, pause anyway. We'll have to see if this is going to be a continuation. Yeah, I have no insight on that, Jim. I'm not very good at profit targets. I mean, all I do is I look at the higher time frames to see where a stock could go. Okay, so I mean, again, the AI has profit targets, but I don't think they're not scientific. All right, I was surprised. I did take this play, guys. I was surprised to get it. The fact that it was down, but it was an easy fill. And now as the market starts to drift down, boy, this one is just, what's the news on this one? So halt, resume for E-bond. Yeah, I don't know who your broker is, Jim, but I mean, they will have charts, obviously, and oh, on Fidelity, I see. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Oh wow, play now is really. This is a case where the news is important to know. Well, we got two going in just opposite directions, Eben and play. I don't see any news on Eben. And now halted again on the way up. Well, this is three halts, all positive. You're talking about, so Tony, you're talking about this window right here? So this is what we call, this is the similar. So if you have to have your single stock window open. Hey, it's 10:35. Okay, I'm just going to answer Tony's question. Okay, so you have to have the single stock window open, and then if you click on the similar tab, and then you can duplicate it. Okay, duplicate. And that's what I did, and then I, just when I duplicated it, and then I moved it over here. So these are stocks in the same sector. And I've sorted it on the change from the close, so I see the ones that are up the most. So these are, these are all similar stocks. Now sometimes, I mean, it can be a little crazy. You might see some stocks that, well, how is that in the same sector? But, we're at the mercy of our data provider who have put the stocks in these various sectors. Well, that was a short, Brian. 10:36. Wow. Usually at 10:30 I make my announcement. But first of all, welcome to the trading room. If you are new to the trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, so those of you in the YouTube feed, you'll notice when you signed in there were a lot of links. And you would have seen something that looks like this. Oops, scans that so these are all the links. So these are all the scans that I share. So this is how you can access all those links, all these scans, if you're in the YouTube feed. Otherwise, if you're in this room here, scans, you can click on scans, and they're all right here. Other way to get it, and probably maybe an easier way, is if you click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download. So go to a Word document, and you can pick and choose later on what you might like to see. All you have to do is copy the link, and then file, load from cloud. If you've copied the link, it'll show up right here, and then just load it. Also, the links that I'm going to talk about, you can download all those links. The training links are there. That'll go to a Word document also. I do want to talk about subscriptions to trade ideas. Oh, welcome to the room. Go Fins, Dolphin fan, I'm assuming. Morning, Dre. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is the promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. I would ask you maybe just to click on my home page. When you do that, you'll see a lot of good links, education links, including the subscription link. So there's the promo code you can use. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We basically have 4 plans, premium and standard, on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. If you want the premium service, it's because you want to have access to our AI, and I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can just try us out for a month. There's a monthly plan right there, standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you want to upgrade, you can do so, and we'll honor the promo code, so upgrading from standard to premium or from monthly to annual. Other links, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap of what's happened in the room up to, usually start at around 1:05. You can sign up for it right there. We have a lot of education right here. Click on this link right here. Click here. 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm actually going to put that link on its own. I think it's an important one for people who are new to trade ideas. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can see some of the features, basic features that we have. The daily support sessions in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. We have 5 different trainers on Monday to Friday. So they're more swing traders than I am. So you might want to pop into the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. Of course, there's the free trading room. Here are the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. Education videos, a lot of educational videos right here. I do want to just want to put that link in. All right, so I do want to put that 20 lessons. Again, if you're new to trade ideas, I would encourage you to take a look at these. They're very quick. It's all text-based. You know, what is a top list, build a top list, an alert window, etc., etc., okay? So very quick. You don't have to, I mean, it says 20 lessons in 20 days. You can go at your own pace, of course. Look at SCS, guys. What a piggyback move off Herman Miller's earnings. I mean, that's classic. All right, do you want to talk about the AI? So this is what the AI is all about. We have 50 baseline strategies, and at the end of the day, the AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data. And then it runs through what we call an optimization procedure for all of the strategies. So that's what happened last night. After the procedure was over, these are the strategies that made the cut. Not too many made the cut. Making the cut typically a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of 60. Okay, so out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. If you have the AI, then this is how I would be tracking it. Click on New from the toolbar, New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this one, but the Trades window. When you do that, this is the box that'll pop up. And you can see there are a couple of trades right now, a couple of alerts right now. Shorting CDLX at 65.61. It's now down to 63.98, 2.4%. All right, so basically this is a real-time alert. You have a stop price and manage the trades as you see fit. When you have this window up, what I would do is I would incorporate that window as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. So just incorporate it as part of your layout. And then in the morning, when you turn on Trade Ideas, of course, it'll be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:45. There's some late one, or 9:35. There's some late ones. You know, the AI didn't react to anything until earliest one was 10:25 today. Okay, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. To load Brokerage Plus, click on New, and the Brokerage Plus window, or Brokerage Plus link right there. Brokerage Plus will pop up. And you can only access Brokerage Plus if you're using the app. It is not available with our web-based version. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. If you do have an interactive broker's account, you can connect to your account, okay, and then you can use Brokerage Plus. You can trade from within Trade Ideas using your interactive broker's account and using this Brokerage Plus module. I'm going to pop in a video that shows you exactly how to do all this. Welcome, Nikini. Not bikini, but Nikini. So this Brokerage Plus, this will show you all you have to know about trading using Brokerage Plus and your interactive broker's account. You know, how to set up things like, you know, the one-click trading. You can set up, again, a trading strategy, and it shows you exactly how to do all that. Now, for a lot of you who are new to trading, we have an excellent simulator. You just have to click on that. So I would encourage you, before you commit money to the market, to practice trading. Okay? And it's a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. You don't even need a brokerage account. And it's very simple to use. You click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you are shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. So let's do one. Okay, Dre, well, again, you need our standard service. This is all part of our standard service. And then all you have to do is, again, and you have to have the app. So if you're on a Mac, so those of you on a Mac, if you're using our web-based version, you will not have access to Brokerage Plus, but there are ways around it. You can use an emulator like Parallels, or a cloud service, AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. And then it's just as if you downloaded the app. So let me I want to see what that NCNA is doing right now. I was interested in that one a little while ago. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. Again, they did a financing at 450. I believe it was 450. Yeah, so it's off the financing price. So let's take this trade, okay? Let's just see if this keeps popping off here. It's just over 5. Looks like it's kind of basing a little bit over 5. So in the simulator, let's take a couple hundred shares. The spread is, it's 2 cents, so I can go in at the market. That's not a bad deal, okay? Now, I'm not saying I would take this trade right here, okay? But I'm just demonstrating how you can use the simulator. So see how it took the trade. I can put a stop in, always have a stop. So let's put a stop at the bottom of that 5-minute candle. Okay, 496. So I add the stop order, 4.96. You're going to see, and you will see it'll appear right on the chart. It will appear right on the chart. There, okay. So there it is. You can see that line right there. So if I allow this trade to go down to 496, I lose the grand sum of, I guess, $15, okay? I can put a target. Let's put 525. I mean, I'm just making these up. I just want to show you how you can do this. And you will see that the target will appear on the chart also. There it is. Okay, you can see it on the weekly chart right there. So right now, if the stock goes down to 496 and I just let this work run automatically, it'll take me out for a $15 loss. If it goes up to 525 and I let it take me out, it'll take me out for a $43 gain. Okay. These lines can be moved on the chart. So if the trade starts working well, you can use this like a trailing stop. Just move it up and down or up. Okay. Back down where it was. And the same thing with the target. If it starts approaching the target, you don't want to get out. Of course, you can raise the target up. Or let's say it stalls just underneath the target. You want to take it out. Then you just drop that line down, and it would take it out. So if your picture is blurred, Dre, I would suggest that within YouTube, you know, there's an option to have 1080p or 1080. Okay. You just have to, I think you just have to find that option within YouTube. Now, what was I going to say? So you can also, of course, you don't have to use the lines on the chart. If I wanted to get out of the trade right now, I would just flatten it. I just highlight it and just flatten it. If I want to get it at half, I would obviously click on half or double it. Or if I want to, I can pick a share amount that I want to get out of and pick the price I want to get out of. Okay, so it's very, very easy to use. So I would encourage you to use our simulator to practice trading. You can also use this for swing trading. If you don't exit the trade by the end of the day, then it'll carry over as long as you want it. What a great red bar. Yeah, red bar ignored for WVE right here. So another word about my watch list. I create the watch list every day. So at the end of today, I will take a look at these are the stocks that have triggered from the watch list. The watch list has roughly 25 to 30 symbols in it. These are the symbols that triggered from it because they met the criteria. Now, does it mean you take the trade immediately? No. You basically can use it as a watch list for the day. For instance, the TCON, I'm waiting to see if it comes back to 555 up to this level and continues. And to see my watch list, just click on New from the toolbar, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. And remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. So why I like to organize it like this. You'll see this I call this this is the repeating version of these two. Nothing on the short side yet, but this is the repeating version. So why I like to see this is because I can see where the first alert happened, the time, and the price. And I can see, okay, what has it done since then? Boy, BTU on the move here. BTU is on the move. Peabody Energy. Boy, look at this. It's not a low float, but look at this potential fill. What's the high here on the weekly chart? 372. The market, sorry, I wasn't watching the market. So the market is continuing on its comeback. Look at FMCI, my favorite SPAC. FMCI, I mean, it's a choppy one to try to trade intraday, but you can see it right there in that daily chart, but boy, oh boy, looks like it's just getting poised to break out again. Well, this is a classic way to use our similar. Okay, classic. There's the MLHR, and there's steel case right there. Even the KNL to some extent. KNL looks like it's got, a little bit more resistance close by. But this is a classic way to use this similar. So you see a stock that's ripping. Well, what other stocks in the same sector are doing something? So again, to do that, you have to have our single stock window open. If you don't have it open, just click on New and then the single stock window. This is the information that I have. These are just filters. You can have whatever information you want in terms of the filters that we have. This is all the call. So these are all the filters. This is what I like to see. Of course, your idea might be different. But then you just click on the similar tab. And I've clicked on competitors. There is one that for price action, which is going to give you stocks maybe with similar price action. Don't like it as much as the competitors, but you can try the price action. Okay, guys. Well, I hope nobody chases EBON. There's a $5 drop, so something we preach in the room is don't chase. You know, guys, I mean, the longer this holds, this NCNA, I mean, this is in the simulator, okay, but in my real account, um, you know, I'll be definitely interested in this one. The longer it holds this 5 level, and if we get some volume, I want to see a volume pop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert around 511 for NCNA. If it triggers, and this is another, I mean, if you have our service and you're not using our price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice, okay? Click on new and the price alerts window, and this window will pop up. Here are my price alerts, okay? I'm going to get rid of some of them. Okay, so I've got that one. So what I do is I minimize the window. I can put a sound alert on it, actions, and you know, just follow this. So if NCNA hits 511, but let me let's find one. I want to demonstrate it. I'm going to minimize the window. Okay, look at Recor go. Wow, this is a lifetime high. Cheap one for a lifetime high. Let me just put a price alert right here. See if I can induce it to move up here. I'm going to put one just underneath. Okay, so what we should see that price alert window will pop up. There we go. See, it just popped up because I put a price alert at 7:35. Okay, so it popped up. You see how that happened? I sorted on the triggered column, so I'm going to see the one right at the top, and I've put a sound alert on it. I put a sound alert on it. If you're like me and you're wearing a headset or something like that, and you wander away from your computer, you know, I put a distinct sound alert so I know that this is a price alert for me. I can come racing back. Okay, so there's no way that you can miss a price alert. Okay, yeah, you mentioned ACPA. Wow, what happened here? What's the high right there? 3. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll put an alert just over. Okay, so this is how I can do it. I can stick the price alert right there, 309. And that's how easy it is to do, right? All you have to do is just move it to the area in the chart that you want the alert. And then just right click, create the price alert. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to put in a note if you don't want to. So it's really, really simple to do. No excuse for not setting price alerts. All right. BHC, you can see kind of where it's stalled, right in this area here. Might have some, if it keeps going, it could have some room to get to 18, BHC. No, I think you can only see that. I mean, I don't. I mean, I'll be honest, Marcus. I don't pay attention to what it says in terms of profit. And that's why I don't have that other window up. All I really care about are the alerts all day long, and follow them. Um, I mean, you have the profit percent. You're talking about the actual. I mean, you can have the profit percent for the individual trade. Yeah, I'm holding out the. Oh, that's right. I had a price order to set for this one, so I should reset it. 14.19, 14.16 or so. Actually, yeah, I should set it for 14.28 again. 14.29. Yeah, you're talking about a dollar. I mean, that's based on what 100 shares or 100 risking $100 a trade, something like that. Um, I mean, then you can't do it, I guess. Let me just see if you can. I really don't know. Columns, there might be. So there's profit basis points, open profit, moderate profit. So I guess you can add these columns if you want. You're talking though, but this is going to show you for the individual, for the individual stock. It's not going to show you Neo altogether. I guess for that you have to have the other one open. Does that make sense? Because I mean, this shows you the individual, so it's almost impossible to show what the cumulative for Neo is in this window. Yeah, so just again, the word about SBE, I will like this one if it takes out that high on volume, okay? Like at least like a volume bar like that. Okay, iPod is starting to make a nice little move here. If it gets above yesterday's high and then continues. This was a bit of a choppy day yesterday. Well, talk about a base. This is a beautiful, beautiful base now for NCNA. You know, if it has any move here, and it's shortable too, so I mean, it could turn into a short if it drops down below 5. Remember, the financing's at 450, so. Okay, here is the other one of the other furnitures, KNL. A little bit of a move. I just don't like this resistance that I see right here around that 1340 mark. Otherwise, it'd be beautiful. See if the Ethan Allen, that's another one. See if it's moving higher. Ethan Allen, actually, guys, keep an eye on Ethan Allen. ETH, not very much volume. It doesn't trade very much, but look at the gap. I mean, you know, a lot of resistance on the monthly at around 19. We're sitting at 15. We're over last month's high. We're taking all this out on that weekly, of course. The daily, it's breaking out. Ugly looking daily right here, but it's breaking out. Keep an eye on Ethan Allen for sure. It's not very much volume. That's, you know, that's the big issue, but it's a low float. Okay, good. Yeah, see, and I apologize, Marcus. That's something I just don't really. I focus more on the individual alerts. I don't really care from where they come, and you know, I try to. You know, these. This one was interesting for a while, the FRTA, because it's in the price range I like. Precious thoughts. I'm not in SES, no. Well, let's see. Of course, the good news. It's above yesterday's high. You know, I mean, I guess if you discount that big topping tail, it's above the body of the candle from 2 days ago. So you know, I guess it's if you're long, I mean, it was incredible volume. It's a big float. Is there any specific news today, or is it just there goes Recor, guys? Recor. Notice how that price alert window popped up. Cannot miss it. Well, look at IPOB now, guys. So some of these SPACs are starting to move again. Nice little move for IPOB, and they had the big announcement on 2 days ago. And look at FMCI. You know, it's not that far from an all-time high. I think they're getting closer and closer to I guess the official merger with Tattooed Chef, or the Tattooed Kitchen, whatever it's called. And look at DPHS. So the SPACs are starting to move here. DPHC On the move also. Okay, so I did take this ETH. Now, listen, it's not very much volume, so that's the issue. The spread isn't bad though, so I did take it. See if it can keep piggybacking a little bit. I like this monthly chart, the daily chart, weekly chart. Not recommending you do it, but I did take it. Okay, so Aqua, yeah, so it's right back up here. Yeah, I was in that webinar. That's an ETF, right? It's an ETF. So you got to be, you got to be a little bit careful, I think. And it's a three times leverage. So you better read up on this, okay? The three time leverage and how it gets adjusted every evening. So this can be pretty wild. I mean, I guess if you put a stop right down here, around $1.90 or so. So let's say I've never traded any of those. So these ETFs, I don't usually trade them. Yeah, Peabody. I mean, we watched Peabody. We saw it right around here. I think there was the initial alert. Actually, you can see right there, 349 was the original alert. 349. Yeah, I mean that's why I looked at this. I mean, it's got lots of room on that weekly chart. Boy, FMCI looks like it's going to challenge that all-time high pretty soon. And just as I speak, there it is. There it is, guys. All-time high now for FMCI. Another fast morning. How did Riggle do? RIGL. How did it end up doing? Not anything. Yeah, big pop in the pre-market. I think it's a virus play. Yeah, it's a virus play. What you do about nothing? 315. Look at FMCI. Holy smokes. All-time high now. What a move on volume. Yeah, it hasn't moved. I did go long ETH. Again, not recommending it. The volume is very low. It just hasn't really moved. I'm in at 1527, so but we'll see. I mean, just playing on the other um, the ones in the sector. Starting to drift down though. So this might, I mean, this might get ETH to drift down too. Well, it's an all-time high, REKR. So I mean, there's no stopping it in terms of a chart. So how much further it goes, it's hard to say, of course, but look at the volume coming. And I wish you well, William, but look at the volume coming into FMCI. Huge volume. I mean, it's traded at 800,000, but look at this on that 5 minute right there, 254,000. Again, this has always been my kind of my favorite SPAC. Look at Steelcase. Yeah, well, I'm in. You don't know this, but I'm in Canada, so we don't have that. The tattooed chef, we don't have. So the answer is no. I think it's Texas based. Somebody said it was a Texas based chain. Well, I guess I should have taken the steel case instead of the ETH. So the ETH may be very dormant just because of the volume. So we've had some wild intraday gyrations in some of these stocks. Now the VCNX, I'm still holding out. Where was the alert at 651? I'll stick the alert, our price alert back there. You know, the reason I'm kind of holding out is it does have some room. I mean the headline with a Merck collaboration. I mean, it may be very small, but we'll see if that headline gets people interested later on in the day. I mean, it's traded a lot. and it's a low float. It'll trade the float today almost for sure. So again, I'm not saying to do this. I'm just going to put, where I am. I'm just showing you. Notice I have not been really posting trades as much. Well, my guess, I'm going to answer for William a little bit. My guess, first of all, he may have a scanner, but he probably heard me talking about FMCI, so he probably brought it up on a chart and saw that big topping tail and decided to take it. But I mean, FMCI, Reeker guys on the move here. Now, this is FMCI is just one that I have thumbnails, so I'm always watching it. Yeah, it's almost like you're putting pressure on lenders, who maybe in the hook, on the hook with them, putting pressure. That's kind of the way I read it. Reeker madness. For those of you who know what I'm talking about. No, I wasn't born then, also, but it's. Yeah, you should look it up. It is SPAC, okay? What am I doing? SPAC, it'll give you a full definition, but basically special, I think that's projects, acquisition, corporation, or company. So what they are, if I bring up FMCI as an example, and you click on the profile, you'll notice that it is in a category of business associations. And if you look at it, it says does not have significant operations. It intends to effect a merger, capital stock exchange, etc. Okay, so what they are is they're basically, if a company wants to go public and they want to kind of bypass all the, I mean, there's still rules and regulations. Don't get me wrong, but it's an easier route to go public. And so these guys are looking to get involved with Tattooed Chef. And that is the idea. So not unlike IPOB, if you look at IPOB, IPOB, that's where their big news was on, whatever now, Thursday, Tuesday, that they're merging with Open, what's it called again? Open Charge or Open Link or something. I'm sorry, Open Door, real estate portal, Open Door. So it's a way for companies to have an easier way to go public. But you should look it up, SPAC, that is the acronym. That'll give you a very more detailed explanation. Yes, and while I was talking, I missed it. Doggone it. I heard it, I saw it, but I missed it because I was doing my SPAC explanation. And there it is on volume too. I just don't want to chase it now. You know, I wanted to get it at around 510. You know, I was watching this one. This look at Cardiff. So another one. I mean, if it takes out eight, I'm sorry, if it takes out seven, it's a relatively low. Yeah, it's a low float. 20 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. But it does have room up to this area on the daily chart. This is IPO. I know it looks like one, but I think what happened here is a symbol name change. So it looks like an IPO, but it is not. Speaking of IPOs, how is our snow doing? So just kind of basing here. Well, it's more of a bounce off the news. They did a financing today at 450. Okay, so a lot of times what you'll see is that a stock, when they announce a financing, of course it drifts down, it moves down, but a lot of times it can be quite a bit below the financing price. But if you look, it basically held the financing price and it has moved higher from it. So I hate to use the term investors, but people are shrugging that off, the financing. I guess they're saying, okay, you're raising the money for good reasons, I suppose. Look at the volume on FMCI, 500,000 shares on that 15-minute candle. We check to see if there are any IPOs today. The the I see an AMWL, not an ANWLCK, and that is today. Oh, you're right. You're right. PTVE. Yeah. What did it do? Yeah, not too exciting. PTVE. Yes, today. So we have another one. Dyn, DYN is another one today. And we have the AMWL. Who's behind that one? It's a lot. They're raising quite a bit of money, $741 million. And who's behind them? Healthcare. Well, we got actually it could be an interesting one. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Piper, UBS, Credit Suisse, Cowen. So we have some big names behind that one. AMWL hasn't opened yet. Supposed to be today. Meanwhile, PHIO. PHIO, look at this move. This did nothing pre-market, no inkling whatsoever this was going to happen. Look at the volume, low float. My guess is this will probably trade the float as traders get more interested later on. It's traded half the float already, or a little less than half the float. I mean, it has some room to 3, I guess. PHIO. STWOU. You sure? I mean, I don't know. I know TWOU. I don't know an STWOU. I don't see it. No, it's not in my halts. Now, is that because it's less than 20,000 shares have traded? We have nothing on that. No, you're right though. It is halted. I see it is halted but we have no information on it. It does say it's an acquisition core. I don't know. How many shares did it trade? Well, Dine is not open. DYNE is not open. Hasn't opened yet. No, there is actually an STWOU. If you type that in, if you have interactive brokers, you'll see that it is halted. But I don't know. We have no information on it. Okay, so this looks like an IPO. Now let me just check. It is now loading. It's not listed. I don't see it listed as an IPO for today, so I don't know. I have no explanation on it. Just give me a moment, please. So I'll look it up. See what the price was supposed to be for PTVI or PTVE. Don't see a price. What I'm looking at, I know there has to be one, but I don't see I'm talking about the IPO price. What time is it? 11:37. So I'll be taking my break fairly soon. Thank you, Rob. Hmm. I have to admit, I don't know what the difference is between IPOC and iPod. Social capital. Not sure I know what the difference is. They're obviously different, different SPACs with the same kind of the same name. So I'm not sure what the difference is. All right, guys. Well, I got out of the ETH. I saw that little pop up too. It's just probably not going to be that dynamic. I got out of it. Minor gain. I might take a look at it later on at over 1539. Again, the volume is just not good enough. I was hoping I might pick up a little bit. All right, guys, give me a minute. I'll be back at about 11:35, 11:45. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back, and man, oh man, we have some huge movers now. Look at the REKR, I think the CRDF. Well, it was anyway when it got up to 712. I hear the next. Look at next again. Has room. Look at that monthly chart. Still has some room. And it was interesting that last 2 days with that big topping tail and then the bottoming tail, but still moving higher. It looks like natural gas distribution, big float. Okay, I have to see who's going to be on the YouTube feed today. Today's Thursday, so it could be Andy. Let's just check. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just scanning some things here, taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts. Excuse me. Yeah, even, I think somebody asked about even. I mean, look, it's highly risky. Anything that drops from 15 down to 10, for if I were going to get interested in this, I mean, it would have to take out probably that about 11, well, right there, around 1150 or so, and get some volume also, pop it through, and maybe can start to look at this area again. Yeah, I mean, right now you're just in chase mode, unfortunately, for the Reeker. I mean, it is just hard for me to believe this is. I don't know if maybe they had a symbol name change or something like that. I mean, this has come from 81 cents back in about a year ago, a little over a year ago. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't a symbol name change, but wow, what a move. All right, the one and only Jamie Hodges is in the YouTube feed at 12 o'clock. Nice picture, Jamie, if you're listening to me. You're a funny man. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in for those of you who want to listen to Jamie from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. Because Jamie is way more, most of the guys are way more swing traders than I am, into swing trading than I am. Sorrento looks lower now. SRNE looks lower. It's been it was struggling to get through 10. It got through 10 a little bit, but it's now starting to look lower. This is the not quite the low of the day. I don't think the low of the day is 9:55, so it's getting close to the low of the day. I'm going to stick an alert around there and see what happens. You know, and it forget about it for me anyway. I can't short it. Just looking at Interactive Brokers, no shorts available. Well, for those of you who can short Sorrento, SRNE, you might just want to keep an eye on the low of the day. Yeah, so that was short-lived. That little pop for NCNA was short-lived. And in fact, you notice how I wanted that to well, I didn't want it to happen. It would have been nice if it had been taken out at the high also, but I just wanted to show you, you know, this was in the simulator and I put my stop, was it a 498 or something? So it took me out. The price went down there and it took me out, okay, automatically. So that's why it says it's closed out. Yeah, let's do another one. Let's take this one, 200 shares. Take 200 shares, buy it. Spread is okay. Again, this is the simulator in action. Put a tight stop on it. 262. Just showing you how you can do it. And let's put a target. I don't put targets, but I know people like to put targets, so again, showing up on the chart right there. So if it goes down to 262, it'll stop me out for a $30 loss. If it goes up to $3 and I don't do anything, it'll take me out for a $45 gain. Again, just showing you how you can use the simulator. Yeah, we've got 45 minutes almost of a little downturn in the market. 45 minutes almost. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. Just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube feed. So I'm just going to put the announcement here. He should be there pretty soon. Yeah, no predictions from me, Chris, but others might chime in. Just checking some of these other SPACs that haven't really announced anything. Just checking to see what sort of action there is. All right, Jamie, thank you. Okay, so Jamie is now in the YouTube feed. So you guys want to go there and listen to Jamie for an hour? So I'm going to stop my stream now, Jamie. All right, Jamie, thank you. Okay, so Jamie is now in the YouTube feed. So you guys want to go there and listen to Jamie for an hour? So I'm going to stop my stream now, Jamie. All right, Jamie, thank you. Okay, so Jamie is now in the YouTube.
Hello, 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 everyone. I do believe you have eyes on my screen now, and hopefully you can hear me as well. If someone would not mind just letting me know in the chat panel if you can see and hear. Wolfhound, thank you. Thank you, Otto. All right. Welcome to my desktop, everyone. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session every weekday from 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern. So it's a great place to get any questions answered about the software, TI Pro, any of the components within it, whether it's simple configurations, backtesting, the AI, Brokerage Plus. Nothing is off the table. Everything is on the table. So if you have any questions about any of that stuff, don't be shy. Get them on out there. Otherwise, you'll just have to sit here and listen to me ramble. Thank you, Mick. All right, see a lot of familiar faces. Decent little crowd in here. And hopefully my mute button I spoke too soon. Hopefully it's going to cooperate today. I noticed Barry was talking about REKR earlier. Certainly a lift it's received lately. Another one that was on fire but has since pulled back significantly was this little eBang International, eBond. Opened up right here, 775, and topped out around close to 15 bucks. Nice little mover. And as we can see here, 10 period appears to be in control. Got way ahead of itself here, pulled right back, and that appears to be the guiding hand thus far. Hey Roy, how are you? And of course, what is this color that we see today? Everybody paying attention knows we had a pretty decent little gap down today, but a hearty attempted recovery, getting a little over halfway through the gap there before, you guessed it, 10 period comes into play. Get a little close above it, but then whoosh back down. So it'll be interesting to see if we can hold this level right here. Maybe move sideways, maybe go attack that high. See if we can get that gap filled in. If that does happen, that will certainly be a sign of strength. And of course, we had the Fed rambling and rambling yesterday. Looks like interest rates aren't going up anytime soon. And the printing presses continue to go burr and spit that money out. So that's what's keeping everything in motion right now. Allegedly, anyway. All right, well, let's check out what else has been going on here. Let's see here. Pin gaming hitting all-time highs, of course. If any of you guys are familiar with Barstool Sports, Mr. Portnoy Penn bought his company out, paid him in stock, so I'm sure he's pretty happy right now as Penn Gaming is popping all-time highs. And of course, in the same vein, DraftKings sports are back on, even though the stadiums are empty and cardboard cutouts for people. But hey, if that gets it done for you, more power to you. But the gambling is back on, and that's why we're seeing DraftKings at all-time highs as well. Dave & Buster's getting a little gap down and not recovering as well as the rest of the market. Mike C. in the house. Always good to see you, Mike. I was worried. I was like, where's Mike? All right, you guys are pretty quiet on the questions. Just keep in mind, anything's on the table here. Holly remaining relatively quiet today as well, only spitting out 3 signals from the entire trio here, and all of them coming from Neo. 2.0 and 1.0 remaining silent. Tell you what, let me get my pin here in case I need to do any marking up of anything. Behave pin, there we go. All right, question from Deb. Let's see. What is the easiest way to see columns that do not show up under the similar tab? Okay, so we're talking about, for example, let's pop our EKR back in there. So we get all of our details, we got our news, we got our profile. But when we go to similar, we're going to see other stocks in that industry. And the question is pertaining to the columns that we see here. So let's see what we got as far as columns go. Give it the old right click. And I think on this one we have to pop it out first. And then we should be able to go to properties. And, or I could be mistaken here. These might be, all right, we'll put him back up. And those may be hard-coded because as you can see here, and let me just make sure I understood the question here, easiest way to see columns that do not show up under the similar tab. Okay, so here we have the default columns. As you can see, when I right-click here, I've got no option to change those columns or add or delete columns. So then I go pop out, thinking that that would give me the functionality. But when we go to properties, we do not have the ability to change the columns. Of course, for some reason I think I'm doing it wrong here. Okay, so that's all we have to do. Let's pop back into the columns tab. Add and subtract whatever you want there. But yeah, it's funny because I've never really explored the option to add more columns into the similar. But as you can see here, we have nothing here. So once we pop it out, but I'm still flummoxed here. Oh well. I guess in the end it doesn't really matter. We can pop into configure, go to columns, add them up, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stick when we go back here. So you can pop it out and modify it. You're going to have a duplicate in which you can go to the traditional right-click configure route and change those columns up. That is correct, Deb. You could do it. You could do it that way as well. It'd be real easy just to take all of these stocks that are showing up here and let's see here. Okay, notice when we're in the single stock window, if I click on this column, if I want to capture all those symbols, it's highlighting everything. But as soon as we pop the window out, it's a lot easier because it's going to let us highlight individual rows. So we can just grab all those symbols, hit Control C, then just Control V them or right click, paste them into any document or new list that you would like. Yeah, just catching up on questions here. Ladies and gents, give me a sec. So I'm going to swing back around here to Damien. And yes, thank you for the input there, Damien. You were correct. I didn't happen to see that at the time, but a little trial and error gets the old brain functioning. What's my best swing trade setup? Well, I don't necessarily have a best swing trade setup because I'm looking at symbols from Holly. I'm looking at symbols from my high volume windows, and really, what's going to be attractive to me is seeing something on the daily that is present that I like to see typically. For example, would have loved to have gotten into DKNG DraftKings as this level here was being breached, that we see right here, and how it's adhering to the 10 period right here. Okay, nice little clean break. A little few days of same price action down here, some wicks coming in, touching the 10 period. Then when we did have the break above that line, we get a nice clean continuation. So what are we on now? 1, 2, 3, day 4. So, these can come in all shapes and sizes from all different types of windows. But typically looking for a swing trade hold time of anywhere from a day and a half to 2 or 3 days. All right, what filter is best to test the price on positive gradient trending up? What filter is the best to test that price is on positive upswing or gradient? Well, my favorite, and of course Steve Gomez introduced me to the fast line here that we see on the intraday 15-minute chart. Squeeze this over a little bit so we got a little bit more room here. You'll notice the green line here is the 10 period fast line. And typically when a stock is in motion on the day, That's going to be a real good indicator. All right, little SOL well above it all day, but if this stock were to pull back, I would expect some interesting action and hopefully some support on the 10 period on the intraday 15 minute. Now, that's not to say that this fast line can't be productive on the lower time frames or the higher time frames. It's just 15 is my preference. And I think that's what you were getting at there, Hussam. Next question. When Holly exits a trade and labels it as profit save, I assume that does not mean there was even a profit to begin with, as it could lose from the start. Okay, let's take a look here. Only 3 trades today. Profit save on this one. Here we have the entry signal right here. CDLX was the short right here. Not a bad looking little entry at the 65-61 level. You can see the shaded area is the time spent in the trade by the AI in conservative mode. That's always going to be the shaded area. And of course, there are going to be 5 exit reasons why the AI could close something out in conservative mode. It's always going to list the exit over here. So profit save, basically, trade was working, going down, which is what it's supposed to do. Yay, everybody's happy. It starts to go the other direction, so the AI uses one of its, what I like to refer to as audibles, okay, because the 3 primary reasons are a stop loss is hit, profit target is reached, or the timed hold expires. But then we have profit save and reduce risk. So the AI thinking in its brain, well, stocks go in the opposite direction, so this is more of like a modified trailing stop. So profit save in this case was the wise move. 46.13, stock ekes up a little higher, so if we were still in it, notice the moderate reading here, we'd only be up oops, looks like I got my pen a little too fat there. Notice the number here. If we were still in CDLX, we'd only be up 13.53. AI executed a profit save and was right on that one. Now, a lot of the times, what we'll see is a profit save occur, but then the stock continues in the direction that we want it to. Okay, so for example, this one looked pretty good as it was playing out. How did it look over here on the daily? All right, were we coming up into any areas that might act as potential support? And we can see this area right here, and that is where the stock decided to take a little breather as it bounces up against these areas right here. What used to be resistance now could be potential support. But let's say if we did have a lot of continuation today, a lot of the times when we see the AI making an exit in profit save or reduce risk, we can think to ourselves, you know what? I see the AI is making the exit. I think there might be a little more in this move, so I'm going to take more risk. And a lot of the times, by the end of the day, what we'll see is a lot bigger values in the moderate profit versus conservative. Okay, so in other words, a spread develops. Market's not really conducive for that. Of course, 2 shorts and 1 long. Short is definitely the flavor of the day, but there just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of follow through right now. And of course, a significant gap always makes it a little more difficult for the AI, which is a statistically based program, to find that statistically weighted alpha. Anytime the gap is significant one way or the other, the bigger the gap, the harder it is for the AI to find things. Thoughts on X? Well, X is a stock that's been talked about ad nauseum here at the firm amongst all of us trader people, simply because it was beaten down so bad not too long ago. Let's go ahead and flip to a weekly chart. There we go. Okay, what did we bottom out there? Low was at 454. Currently not quite a double from that bottom out there, but this was right about when, I can't remember if it was Swiss Bank or somebody downgraded them back here in this area. Of course, one of the premier U.S. steel makers. So it's been a wild ride for X right now. Looks like it's basing along pretty good here on the weekly time frames. You know, from a long-term perspective, you know, if we're in it here, I'd be looking at these levels as a potential stop loss or, you know, long-term swing trade exit. But as long as we meander sideways for a good bit, put in a little bit of a base, well, then we might have another run. You know, infrastructure, of course, it's an election year. There's not a whole lot of infrastructure being rebuilt right now. But when we're talking about infrastructure in the nation, we're talking about things that need steel, right? Bridges, dams, power plants, things of that nature. Were all designed a very long time ago with a shelf life of, you know, a 50-year design, and most of the infrastructure in the United States is past 50 years, right? So there's, you know, a lot of things that need to get refurbished, and if we ever start doing that as a nation, well, we're going to need lots of steel. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily jive with price action, but just my 2 cents on the matter there. X is not one of those companies that I mind doing a little dollar cost averaging in over time. Specific alert window, Hussam, to test for that gradient change from 10-period SMA. Well, I'm not sure that I understand what window you might be referring to, okay, to test that gradient. So, Hussam, I'm still not clear on what exactly it is that you're asking there. If you're asking me to explain how I use the 10-period SMA for stocks that are in a, you know, an uptrend or a downtrend. And yes, Mick, I'd be happy to share the M Turbo family settings that I have here. Now, I believe you're referring to these two right here, the ones that are at showing no support, that are at all-time lows, and this guy right here, which is showing us stocks that are at all-time highs. Okay, when an alert fires, I want to filter for a trending price up. Okay, which alert are you referring to? When an alert fires, which alert is that? Because, you know, for example, these two windows here are relatively simple. I'm just looking at new highs and new lows with the same filter set in play. And of course, every time a new high is hit, we're going to get the signal out of this window. But then I reference where is the stock in the 15-minute intraday chart in relation to the 10-period. All right, so let me do this. Once again, this window here, you're going to have 3 different colors as these stocks cycle through. The green ones are going to be the big caps, market cap of 4 billion or higher. When you see the blue, that's going to be the more medium size, between 2 and 4 billion. And when you see the yellows, that's going to be a market cap of less than 2 billion, just so you know what all the colors mean there. So I will copy this cloud link. And there is one. Make sure all these guys are active over here as well. And I'll share that cloud link too. Okay, Mick, there you go. And anybody else that would like to have those cloud links, feel free. Okay, well, we could easily create a window for that, Hussam. Let's do a little experiment here. I'll just duplicate an alert window. You said you were using VWAP crossed up or crossed above VWAP. I'm assuming you mean this one. So we'll add that alert, get rid of that guy. And we'll see if anything comes through. I think this window should still be active even with my filter set where I'm requesting a relative volume of at least 4. Got a little price cap on it, keeping out the ETFs with the earnings per share filter. So we got relative volume of 4 and had to have traded 100,000 already. All right. So then if we wanted to fold in, obviously grill, little bleedy through the 10 period right here, but then it got a nice little run here, and it's currently acting as support. But if I wanted to make sure that the stocks were at or above the 10 period SMA, I could always come in here and add that criteria. And I could say change from the 10 period SMA, 15 minutes. Add that filter. Of course, I still don't think we've added. I need to tell the dev guys, this was one of the latest of the change filters that were added. So when I click here, I don't get my little show me icon. All right. But if we wanted it to be right at the SMA, we could put a value of 0. So it'd either have to be right at it or above it. And of course, grill is going to pop back up in there because when we look up here, it's right at it, right? Now, am I on the right track, Hussam? Is that what you were getting at, or something completely different? To quote Monty Python. Just let me know there. Hopefully that was it, but if I need to do something else, just let me know. While we're waiting, let's just take a peek at the history. I can share that formula with you, Otto. Let me take a peek and see what my custom code is there. That's my U54. You have to pardon me. I got to pop into the back office real quick to grab that. Almost there. And there we go, U54. Okay, so this is the formula for next higher low in the chat window here. Okay, good, Hussam. Yeah, so that's, relatively simple. We just add that change from 10 period SMA. If we want it to be right at it or above it, put a 0 there. And of course, we could cap it if we said, we want to catch them right as they're, just off of it. We could cap it and say no more than 0.5% above, 1% above, of course, by using the max field over here. But that's the way we would do that. And there's EBON again, hovering ever so slightly above its 10 period. While we're on the topic of eBang, let's see what eBang does here. Oh yeah, they're the mining. Bitcoin, they make specialized machines to mine Bitcoin. I was looking at this one a while back because it is relatively young. And this is the weekly chart. So what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's just a little over 3 months old. 13th week of existence. Not bad if you bought the breakout. Would have had to sit in it for a while. Of course, the wick has to screw up all the action here, but even more appealing would have been this little move down here as we started creeping up here, 517, Pretty significant risk from a percentage basis. But hey, as long as you weren't overweighted, it wasn't a very bad risk. Yeah, the play just never recouped today. Dave and Buster's. Matter of fact, me and the boys here with our little in-house fund, we were in play somewhere right around here. Compliments of Mr. Andy Lindloff. Made quite a nice multiple on that one. Back in the great sell-off of 2020. But still not really finding any purchase. Couple of nice little entries here on play. After 1, 2, 3, after about the first hour, we got this nice clean breakdown here. A little move lower, a little sideways action. And then we get another breakdown here. So definitely a seller in there. As we look at the volume level here, still a very nice, healthy relative volume. 6.87. Guy usually kicks out 6.8 million shares. We're already at 23 million on the session. Yeah, that formula auto is a little bit different looking than most. But that formula that I shared, just in case anybody was wondering, you'll notice it's not active in this window, and that's because it attaches itself to when we use next high or low, or excuse me, intraday high or low, like these windows here. So, typically, let's say we were earlier in the day perusing things for good short plays, and I pulled up play. It's 11:23. Well, let's go back a little further here. It doesn't seem to be wanting to show my arrow. There we go. Okay. So when play hit a new low here, okay, and we're thinking to ourselves, well, let's say we would have shorted it here and then hits a new low here, and we're thinking to ourselves, well, how much room might play have on the long-term chart? Where here we are looking at weekly. Looks like it's getting, it could stop here at 1343. It could go down here to 11 and change if there was momentum to it. But let's look at a little different of a time frame here. See if we can get a little bit more detail on the daily. And as we see here, this level here is just sticking out like a sore thumb. The tops of this area, the bottom of this area, right here. So if I had to take a guess, we might have a little bit more room down to here, therefore telling me, hey, stay in the trade. There is a little bit of room on the daily. But I could look right here when that play came out and go, I could come over here and eyeball the chart, or I could just look at this value and see, okay, if this thing does keep going, it's got about 73 cents in it before it hits the next level of potential support. Okay, so this takes the burden of me having to eyeball the chart away. Now that's not to say I don't also, when I see a juicy value here, then I go look at the chart and confirm. But this is just another way to screen. So, when you see things coming up that have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6 cents in there, they might not be as appealing. Okay, there's not enough room in there. Okay, especially if it's coming up to a rather resilient level of supply or potential support or supply. However, we might see something start out at 73. And as play continues to go down, notice right here, we got to the end of that area of potential support and got the 0 value, but then it kicked on through, and then it tells us, okay, it got through there. Now if it keeps going, there could be another 70 cents in there. So it's a very handy little column there, next high and low. Just remember, you have to use daily highs and daily lows. What a beautiful little grinder we have in this stock today. CRDF. decent relative volume, or well above decent, I should say. Only kicking out about 700 and change, already crossing the 2.2 million threshold. Notice what we have in the 10 period here. Brian's saying you have a short position in play, thinking of selling, shorting more, or thinking of covering. To you, Brian. So play still hitting lows in real time here, and it's telling us, okay, about 28 cents to the next level that could act as support. So we're at 1311, 1280-ish. So it's looking at this level right here, this little level of chop right here. So the volume is in it. It looks like, it looks like a foregone conclusion. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, but it is definitely interesting right now. Yeah, I'd say it's probably, if I were in this trade, it's producing well. So yeah, if play gets on down to that 1280-ish level and starts to drop volume, um, you know, no harm, no foul in taking a profit there. Of course, that's just my take on the situation. Can we have the cloud for those charts, please? Well, Tony, the custom formula I pasted a few clicks above is for the next high or low custom formula. So you can take that formula and post it into your account using the website. Now, if you want me to share these charts with you, be more than happy to do that. It's real easy to share a chart as well, just by saving it to the cloud. But as far as the formula goes, you'll have to take that formula and program your custom filter. Or Tony, if you'd like me to insert that custom formula into your account, I can do that. What you would need to do is just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, I'd like the next high and low custom formula inserted into my account. They'll send that Help Scout over to me, and I'll get it done for you. All right, well, Otto, I'm glad you found it. Huh, that's odd that they're not in the PDF under the you know, documentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to put you on hold for just a quick second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with me. I'm sorry about that. Sometimes life gets in the way. All right. Let me make sure I'm caught up on questions here. All right, looks good. Well, no more action from Holly today. Looks like well, can't say that she's done for the day, but that's the way it feels, and there's nothing wrong with that. Reminds me of the saying that sometimes no action is the best action. Ooh, Lord, look at that one. See, when you see the yellow ones coming through this window, you just have to keep in mind they're going to be the lower cap stocks. So when you see a chart like this, you just immediately dismiss it. I mean, you could trade something like this, but why on earth would you want to? When you see the dashes, well, I couldn't think of anything clever that rhymed with that. So when you see the dashes, you know to just move along. Okay, Mike. Am I experienced in the game of, well, do I have talent in chess? Well, I vaguely know how you can move the pieces and, what moves the pieces are allowed to make. Am I any good at chess? It's been so long since I played, and I was never, you know, I was never a super duper chess player simply because I didn't allocate the time. So I know how to play chess. Am I a good chess player literally? Probably not. Would I be a decent chess player if I allocated the time? Maybe. I think resistance at play will be at 1298. Is that an accurate assessment? Well, let's take a look-see here. Resistance. Okay, well, I think support might be around here, right? Because this level here is acting as potential support, right? Come down here, we're going to have to, peck around here, and if we got through, bottom line is this is going to be support. Now, if I was talking about resistance, is typically associated with up here. Like if the stock came back up here, this would be a level of potential resistance, right? So if we got through this level, resistance did not hold. It's like what happened in gold recently, in silver. Okay, silver took the big run up here, consolidated a while. This was a level of alleged or potential resistance. But then we came up here, we shot all the way up, and now what used to be resistance is acting as the floor, right? Or the level of support. Resistance is up here again, these levels up here. Building a little bit of steam, probably going to go attack these levels, and then we'll see if these levels act as resistance or if we bust through and get out of resistance. You're going to see probably something very similar when we look at gold, right? Big breakout, big run. The area that used to be resistance did not act as support. We got a big gap here. Now this area is acting as resistance yet once again. Of course, it's going to coil up here for a little bit, probably move sideways, go attack that resistance level again. But getting back to play, and I think you probably just got the words mixed up there. But yeah, this level right here, going to act as potential support until we get down there and start mixing it up at those price levels. Yeah, no worries, Brian. I figured you just used the wrong word there. Da, da, da. Yeah, and Otto, that also kind of reminds me of the unusual number of prints type of action, where the print's occurring at the bid or the offer. Of course, that's just like when a stock has high options volume, and you look at it and you go, oh, well, 80% of the volume has been in puts, right? That must mean the stock's going down. Not necessarily, because there's always a seller of the puts, which is making the bet that indeed the stock is not going to go down, it's going to go up. So it's kind of like the same thing when you say trading at the bid, trading at the offer, because there's always a contra party taking the opposite side of the bet. Yeah, I wish there were like it always sounds like a good idea until you realize, well, there's two sides to the party. Let's check out the pre-market channel. Let's see what kind of action we had on the gaps today. Because due to well, we didn't fill the whole gap in, but we gave it a good run early on. So I'm expecting to see the same here. Obviously Dave and Buster's play did not, so we're not seeing any gap fill on CERN there. Interesting chart there on jobs. Nice clean little pre-market level, just not a whole lot of volume going on in there. But interesting nonetheless, because once a stock does this in the pre-market, a lot of people, when there's a nice clean, when there's nice clean levels in the pre-market, you can use those as break points. And you can see as jobs in the first 5-minute candle there, once we broke that pre-market high, we got a nice little move from 77.56 on up to around $80. Not seeing anything else quite so juicy. Same song and dance here, just not quite as pretty. Pre-market highs broke. Got one more push before we gave it all back. Just find it interesting always to look at stocks that are gapping up when the market is gapping down pretty significantly. Yeah, Mike, I think the first time I played chess, I was like in 3rd grade. And just didn't stick with it. Too busy doing outside stuff. And then after that, well, the computers got me in the 80s, and then it was all over. Kodak, very interesting as to what it recently did. Of course, everybody knows the story of Kodak. Big announcement, big funding, going to start manufacturing drugs. So what do? We went from 2 and change up to just about $60. Then all the way back down again. SEC investigations, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, still had plenty of time to soak it up around the $6 level. And then yesterday, we got a nice gap and a run to about 11 and change. Kind of thought we might have an inside day today, but close. Candle body still inside, little wick outside. But it's going to be interesting to see how Kodak trades moving forward. Maybe we just go sideways for a little bit, wait for some more news to dribble out. Yeah, if I had to say what is my skill level at chess right now, probably not so good. Probably not so good. It always reminds me of the movies where you see the guys in the park playing chess using the little timer. All right, questions panel is open. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Da, 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 da. Yep. Hopefully putting in a little bit of a bouncy there, so not a bad cover if you covered somewhere in this area. Well, Mick, we can backtest a single stock, but we're still going to be limited to that 63, 64-day period that the backtester is limited to. Hi, Charles. Yeah, you can ask well, if you have a question specifically for Bill, he's not in this session currently. But if you have a question for Bill, you could always send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Attention, Bill, and he'll be able to take a peek at it. So if we did want to backtest a single stock, we could do that. We just have to point the window to that stock. Say the SPY, for example. Of course, if we're just looking at one stock, probably don't need any filters in here. And we just focus on the alert that we would like to explore. So if we're going to be backtesting the SPY, how about something like 25% pullback from high since the open? Did I leave a filter in play? Yes. I'm like, okay, what's wrong? There we go. Okay, now we got the hit. So we backtest it and just set up our trade instructions and go, okay, let's sit out the first 5 minutes. Anytime the SPY hits a 25% pullback from intraday high, and we bought that thing and held it to the close, no stop loss, backtesting the full backtest period, what would happen? Good question, Deb. I don't know off the top of my head. It seems like yes, because we know what the high and low was of the bars. But as far as getting a exact answer or that formula, info@trade-ideas.com, custom formula in the title with your description, and then we can just get back to you with a concrete answer or maybe even the formula in tow. All right, so here's our single stock back test, seeing what would happen every time the SPY took a pullback, 25% from its high, and we just bought it and held it to the rest of the day. Good winning percentage, just average winner is less than our average loser. Okay. All right, so let's see here. How could we adjust that? If we put a stop loss in play, would that make this a feasible strategy? Well, let's go in there and attach something, I don't know. How about an 80-cent stop loss? And just see if that keeps us in. Dollar amount. And by the numbers that I'm seeing already, you're having to set a lot of fluxes, which is telling me that 80-cent stop loss isn't doing too good already. Ah, okay, you're having installation issues, Charles. I think I remember seeing your Help Scout something about a slow connection, right? Am I right on that? And if you're still having issues with installation, we'll probably have to set up a remote session with you so that somebody can have eyes on your desktop. Okay, and as we can see here, we flipped sides of the coin. Now we've got an extremely low win rate of only 31%, but now we have spread between our average winner and loser. Look at the daily here. This looks like some kind of weird comb. A lot of losing days. Good news is the winning days are bigger than the losing days, but there's more losing days than winning days. Obviously not something you'd want to employ, but this is how we do a back test on a single stock. Not really sure about that, Charles. You'd have to probably, a better avenue would be to hit the um, live chat area. But let me just ask you a couple of questions here. When you say install problems, the software does or does not install? So if it does install, but you're having latency, well, then that's going to be a whole different issue. I guess the first question is, does the client install and are you able to pull the software up? And if you do get the software to install and you take a peek at your milliseconds right here in the TI toolbar, okay, is there a specific error that it's giving you when you try to reinstall the software? Like usually an error box pops up and gives you some type of error code or something of that nature. Okay, a little time check here. We've got about 5 minutes left before Barry reappears. Interesting. The volume on the Qs is still pretty robust. Looking at these values of 2, same thing on the SPY. And still above normal on the smaller time frames, whereas the SPY is starting to nap a little bit. Always a pleasure, Mike. And Charles, I'm sorry, right now I'm not really equipped to get in there and see, what might be going on with your system. So obviously we're going to probably have to set up a remote demo with you at some point in the day. As to when exactly that's going to be, I can't say for certain right now. All right, want to thank everybody for hearing what I have to say. I hope some people got some good answers out of me today and listening to my meaningless banter at some points in time. That's a strong little stock today. Nice gap up, nice move higher, toe in the line, and trying to break out again on K&L. Notice the value here in the 20s, 19 cents. So about 1360, which is going to put us right at this level right here. Interesting level for K&L. And K&L Wood office furniture. Not exactly high tech. All right, Brian. Well, hey, great trade in that. Excellent. Thanks to everybody else as well. And these support sessions are every Monday through Friday from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. I do Thursdays. So that's my time on the mic on the support session. We've got a different trainer slash trader for each and every live support session, so you get a little bit different of a taste, different traders, different flavors. The goal is the same, but the techniques and the data that is viewed always going to differ slightly. That CRDF hitting all-time highs as well. Notice as we saw it come through this ticker, now we're getting blanks here because it can't calculate the next level of resistance because there is none. You know, CRDF looking to the left, popping all-time highs. So that's why we're seeing blank values now coming through next higher low. All right, I better check with Barry here. All right, got about one more minute. Barry is ready to take the helm here. Glad you guys enjoyed it. MLHR and lows, Debbie was saying. Yeah, I guess so. Anything in that biz. Retail. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun. Thanks for popping in. Ready for Barry to take the helm here, so let me tell him. He is now streaming. All right, I hope everybody has a great rest of the day. Happy trading, and we'll see everybody on the flip side. Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, I think we have some lawn maintenance action outside my window right now. And why is that? Because it's Thursday. Okay, I'm just waiting for Jamie to exit the YouTube feed. No, he's stopping now. So I should be, you guys can hear me in the YouTube feed. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, in about 5 minutes I'll be doing my video. Okay, Alex, off the top of my head, without seeing exactly what you got, you should take a look at your limit. Okay. Your limit offset might be too tight. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you really should watch the video. But your limit offset might be too tight. So for instance, just for argument's sake, let's just say I wanted to take CMRX at 252. Oh, well, that's the reason. You'll probably, I'm surprised you're getting any. Because you get an alert at 250. The only way you could get something is if it dropped from the alert price. So let's just say you get an alert at 252. You know, even if you're auto trading, I mean, you know, the stock could be at 253 before you could actually see it. So you with a zero offset, you'll never get a fill because you're telling it you will only take it at the alert price if you're at zero. So you're going to have to move that. You know, you can try, you know, trial and error. Depends on the price of the security. But you can try, say, a 5 cent offset minus 0.05. Just see. You're talking about in your simulator, Alex, too? You're not talking about your real account? Okay. No, real, but you were trading your account? Well, look at this one, guys. Now look at the CRDF now. Okay, well that's the reason then. You have to have a, at least I would say a 5 cent offset or something. Otherwise, you'll just won't get any fills. That makes sense? All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. So I'm going to put the announcement in. First, I will put the link. So if you do want to subscribe to my videos that I do every day, all right, so if you click on my home page, click on the link for my home page, you will see watch the daily market recap videos, so you can sign up for them right there. Wow, big winner here, guys, on the CRDF now. Show you how you can do this. So take half off. So there you go. So now I'm 150 shares from the 300 on the half off. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to let this run to see if it hits 9. I'm going to show you how this will take me out at 9, at 129 for another 129 profit on top of the 80 and 98. Okay guys, I am going to do my video now, so let me just get the announcement in. All right, put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Cam, don't forget our 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Stock keeps going higher and higher without any sort of an opportunity to get in other than guessing that it's going to keep going higher. Just forget about it. Move on. And anybody else, not just you, Kim, but I've been trading for a long enough time to remember the days when you only had about 2 or 3 or 4 runners a day. And so, yes, it was really tough because if you missed those ones, you really weren't trading. I mean, we can't say that now. I mean, there are runners. Look at this one. Oh my gosh! And I got out of it. I got out of it just under 9 in my real account. You'll hear me talk about that on the video. One of the reasons I did is because I was doing the video and I didn't want to get trapped in it in case. But as I was saying, I mean, look at this Cardiff. Oh man! But as I was saying, I mean, in the old days, there might have been only 3 or 4, maybe 5 stocks a day that would, give you enough volatility and move that you could, if you found those stocks, it was great. When you've got trade ideas, a shameless plug for the program, but we can always find stocks all day long. Well, I mean, listen. I mean, I'm asked the question. I mean, would you short this now? I mean, obviously, it is starting to look really extended. 10 might be a tough one. Where I got into that stock, I told you guys what I was planning to do. So it was right around here, but I'm out of it underneath 9. So, and this is, I talk about this column. I have these 2 columns here, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So when I look at that, that's when I go, oh, at one point I was 92 cents away from my exit price. In other words, I exited 92 cents early. Now, you're never going to get right to the penny, okay? But you like not, I mean, I exited that because I was going to do the video and, I was a little worried that all of a sudden, the rug could get pulled. So I didn't want to be doing my video, even though I'm paying attention, but I just didn't want to, try to scramble and get out of a trade. Whew. So today is Thursday, so I'm in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Oh man, I'm feeling, look at this, now I'm feeling really dumb. I've left over $1 on the table on this. But again, that's my excuse. Doing a video is to be in a trade like this, you have to have full attention. Okay, number of alerts columns, if I can view what those alerts are. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So the reason why VCNX is in yellow is because it's at the low of the day. It made a new low for the day at that time, at 12:13. Okay, as an example. It's not showing up here because to show up here on the watch list down, you would have to also be below yesterday's low, which is, more than likely not going to happen. So I'm not sure what you mean. CKPT, the same thing is showing up green here. It's not going to show up here. Well, you can add the column if you want. I mean, you can just add it. I don't have it. I don't know if I have it. Yeah, I do have it, but I don't have enough space to display it. But you can, so it's there. I mean, if you want, all you have to do is stretch it out a bit. And as far as the yellow goes, all you have to do is, all you have to do is right click, properties, and then colors, properties, select the colors, and now you can make your change. There are the bearish alerts, so you can change it to whatever color you want. Okay? And depending on the color you choose, you might have to change the foreground also. I didn't even see the news. In this particular case, positive. Okay, positive data. This is not appeared. This is not a virus play. But look at this. I mean, when did that news hit? The reason I ask is that there was zero reaction at the beginning. I mean, there's the pre-market. I mean, we're at 10 o'clock right there. Nothing. And all of a sudden, boom. Yes. I mean, a stock that has gone from 6 to depending on where it closes, to low float situation, 20 million in the float. This will probably trade the float by the end of the day. 15 million have traded. Just needs another 5 million. All right, my alerts are drying up now. So play, add the bounce. All right, this one is just hitting down. GTX, what it came from 290. Wow, it's a big percentage drop. GTX coming into, you would think, maybe some support right there. 257. This would be an all-time low if it took that out. And it is halted. Yes, GTX is halted on the way down. Something happened here. I mean, there's a lot of volume that came in also. Almost 600,000, so almost a third of the volume is right here for the day. So the two Lions Gates, LGFs, wow, look at them. It's interesting. Obviously these are, it's a Vancouver company. I don't know why, well, okay, we don't have, what's LGF? Don't understand this. They changed symbols or something? Anyway, big film producer. And interesting that they're moving like this. So we have two positive sectors. They're kind of hand in hand. We have the metals and mining ETF, and we have the materials ETF. The only two positive sectors right now. Market is just kind of chopping around right now, not really doing too much. Are you kidding me? U.S. Steel's in here. Well, look at U.S. Steel. This is kind of interesting. Look at this. Now it's going right into the 200-day moving average. 846. I mean, if it can somehow... look at CRDF. I hope you're out of your short, William. Look at this, $1.39 from the exit. $1.67. Yeah, well, it's showing up on the basic new highs. No repeat. There it is, X. As I said, though, it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. If it clears that somehow, yeah, I mean, look left. It's got some room. It's a big float. Actually, it's not as big as I thought. 200 million. I thought it was going to be in the billions, but well, the proof will be tomorrow. I mean, if it can take out, I mean, this is an awful daily chart. Just, yeah, okay. But today's candle is wiping all, like it's wiping all this out. Okay, all that weekly mess, it's wiping it all out. If it can hold, the key will be, can it get through that 200-day moving average? You know what else is having a nice little move here is WVE. WVE out of consolidation, a little bit of volume coming in, not huge, but nice little move out of consolidation for WVE. Okay, it's unhalted now. GTX is unhalted and continues down. Now this is an all-time low. Somebody said heading for bankruptcy, maybe. Yeah, there were some, and then they dried up for Sorrento SRNE. Yeah, it was halted again. Yes. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, I'm going to have to change headsets. Just a second, please. All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, Brian. So on the play, who's driven, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's the pop-up. I mean, maybe if it takes out 14 again, it might resume its descent. Right now, I mean, there are people trying to obviously play the bounce, and they did it well. I mean, 13 up to 14.50. That's a great bounce, a dollar and a half. But if it takes out 14 again, it could continue down. Wow, CRDF. Interesting with all these little topping tails too. The sellers have been trying, William, have been trying, but the buyers are firmly in control still. The buy arrow on the chart. Okay, so DK, are you talking about, for instance, right there, that buy arrow for CRDF right there? If it actually says buy, that means it was a previous AI alert. So back here on this day, the AI had an alert for it for $7.08. Okay, so anytime you see a buy or a sell, that means it was a previous alert from the AI. Yeah, that's why I did not believe this position in lifetime range. Normally we have that. I don't think it was a reverse split. I think what happened is it was a symbol name change. I think. It was a symbol. That's what I thought. So it looks like an IPO, but of course it isn't. And GTX just resumed. I saw this one really early in the day. AFI Armstrong Flooring. I'm gonna have to delete my brokerage account where I see where I got out of CRDF. Ugh. All right, well, what else is going to happen here? So AFI 458 on the little red bar ignored actually, and look at this one. Look at, there is some room. Let me take a look at that monthly chart. So that's 360 and that is 464. You know, if it takes up 464, it has room to run. AFI, another one that is, you know, you might consider as a swing trade. November 10th pre-market, so you don't have to worry about earnings. Yeah, you can't do it intraday, Sam. Okay, if you get out of all your trades by the end of the day, you know it'll go back to the 100,000 for tomorrow, but you cannot do it intraday. The reason is I don't know when this is going to happen. I think we were hoping it would happen earlier this year, but eventually we want to get into sort of I guess we'll call it the gamification of simulated trading. So obviously we can't let people just oh well, I don't like these trades I'm in, so get out of them and get back to a zero. So you can't do it intraday. The bottom line is you can't do it intraday. Only if, yeah, it'll reset automatically every day. If you carry some trades over, of course, it'll delete that amount. But if you exit every trade by the end of the day, yeah, it'll reset every day. Well, you're talking about in your real account? No, you're talking about in the simulator. Well, but an automated strategy, it shouldn't. I mean, if you don't get out of the trade, you don't have to get out of your trade. So, I mean, if your automated strategy says to keep holding it, or you want to overrule it, in other words, it might have a stop at the end of the day, you can always overrule it. It's up to you. I mean, if your automated strategy says to get out of every trade by the end of the day, then it's not going to mess it up. Eventually, we're going to have, and I don't know when eventually is, but you see, I've got a calendar here, okay, and you don't have the calendar, so don't look for it. But eventually, we're going to have the calendar here, so you'll have it. You'll be able to. You'll have track of all the trades you make. All right, this one is running up here. AXGT. This has been an active one. Kind of paused yesterday. Through the 200-day moving average, 351. But just look at this. It's just not pretty. That weekly chart with all these topping tails and bottoming tails, it's just not pretty. Yeah, it's getting interesting as a short look for sure. A little bit of a gulp there. I mean, that just popped over 10 just briefly. Okay, now, whew. All right, Paratech is whipping higher now. So looking left, it's cleared that. Another one that is just how much in the float? 39 million in the float, so a relatively low float. How is this trade of the week doing? How's love doing right now? So the trigger was 40. So, I mean, listen, it got up to 42. I mean, some downward pressure, with the market today. You wouldn't think that the airlines would be that strong today. American's not too bad. I mean, it's only down a penny. Would have thought with the market being down what it is, I would have thought all the airlines would be down quite a bit, but not really. Well, I mean, okay, I see. So you're talking about an automated strategy. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, really, you could probably only just do it using the positions tab. Um, yeah, because you put the strategy name there. Okay, so you'll know what strategy it came from. So in the positions tab, so you just have to. I don't have it here, but you just add the strategy name, so you know where a stock is coming from. Yeah, save it in in your layout. That's what I do. It is saved in my layout. I don't load it every morning. It is just saved as part of my layout. All right, so this is a little bit too frothy for me. I'm out of that short. I may resume it, but a little too frothy for me. I think there's just a lot of excitement about this one, so I'm out of that short. Okay, this ARDF. Volume is still good on that, isn't it? I mean, it may turn around and move down, but it's to me it's just a little bit too risky. Probably took too many shares. Just under 10. I got down to 951, but I did not. It wasn't easy. I didn't see. What is your question? Oh, AFI. Yeah, I mean, oops. How did that happen? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the only high it has to clear really is 464, and it tried, got up to 471. Okay, but yeah, you look left on that monthly chart. So there's the high, 464. Then the next levels, up around 650-ish or so. So it definitely has some room, AFI. Okay, well, I'd be a little careful on this short if you are still short. I mean, it was a great short from May 42. That is a red bar ignored that is being formed. So if this candle moves ahead of, say, gets up to 809, 810, this will be a red bar ignored. So stick an alert right there. So we have the uptrend, we have the red candle right there, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, goes above the high of that red candle. The trend could be continuing. Jack, I'm just going to put that, I'm just going to delete it, okay? Should have been an off topic, okay? You probably didn't realize it. Now there it goes, guys. There's the VVPR. Okay, so I have to put my announcement in. I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. All right, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, everybody, I'm now back. What time is it? Half an hour to go or so. So let's take a look at what William's got there for his link that he is sharing. It's not a layout, right? It's just a window, one scan. William, before I do this. Just a scan, okay, thank you. Okay, I've got something like that. Extreme highs. I think what I've added is the RSI. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's Thursday, guys. Lawn maintenance day. All right, what is the market doing since I had that marketing meeting? The market is putting in a bit of a red bar now. Doesn't look like AFI is going to take this out, so wow, what a pop. So I see the market's selling off a little bit here. Saw this Arcadia for a while. Arcadia, I haven't seen Arcadia for a long time. You can see why. I mean, it's done nothing. But again, one of these daily charts that one day taking care of all this so far. Decent volume for it. Not huge, but for it, 4.5 times. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. And that is the RKDA. It's just a choppy daily chart, though. Well, out of nowhere, a delayed reaction for the AI alert. You can see right there, FRTA, delayed reaction. We're just looking at the AI, and all of a sudden, look at this. And this is a financing that was done at $13.50 a share, so this is well underneath the financing price. Yeah, I know. Peabody. We've seen this one all day. Peabody on the move here. A lot of room. Just a moment, please. Yeah, I mean, it's a, understand, of course, it is an energy play, right? Peabody Energy. It's coal mining, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you, as we've talked about before, this one daily candle has got rid of all this. So, I mean, yes, it does have a chance, to get up into this area. I don't think it has a lot of room, but now, I mean, if you really look at it, yeah. Wow, here's another one. Boy, a lot of these Celestica. Another look at this daily candle, taking all this out now. And this is, yeah, this is, I can't remember what this is, a Canadian company. I can't remember what it used to be called. Gave it a fancy name a few years ago. I mean, another one that has room. I mean, look at the on the daily chart, has room till about that 8:30 mark. Yeah, market is definitely in sliding down mode right now. So that was a bit of a fake breakout. Notice there was, well, it looks like there's volume on the 5, just not quite as much on the 15s for SBE. Like to see a big volume bar to take that through, but it just didn't really do it. Definitely some volume on the 5-minute chart, but just nothing really evident on the 15 for SBE. Waiting for that area to be taken out. Well, I'm seeing from your alert now, it would have been killed if you had shorted it here. Not killed, but let's take a look here though. CAPR. Well, I got to say, Kodak had a move. I know a lot of people were looking at it early, had a big pop, little bit of a pop, kind of rested for quite a while. Now it's starting to move again, KODK. Well, my doubts about it got all the way up to, what, 1168 yesterday or so. FMCI is hanging in here. Really hanging in here. Look at this. Well, I'm going to call it consolidation. A little bit of a downward move, but it's really hanging in well here, FMCI. See what it does after hours. Now look at this Tenet Healthcare, THC on the move here. It's an interesting scan because most of my scans have a bigger relative volume, but of course some of these are just getting started. That relative volume will really pick up. And the market, yeah, drift, drift, drift. Now you would think THC coming into pretty good resistance around 30. You know, just looking at that daily chart, weekly chart. Just right click on the chart. Okay, just right click, or sorry, left click on the chart. And so that's the active chart, and just start typing. Okay, and when you start typing, the box should pop up. You just click on change, and that'll do it. If you don't want, so that's why these all change to Macy's because I've got them linked. This one does not change because I've got the symbol unlinked option, okay? So just left click on a chart and then just start to type. As THC approaches this, I mean, look at the resistance here on that weekly chart. So, I mean, 3061, but I don't think it has to get up there. I mean, 30 looks like a pretty tough one to get through. And there, just got hammered down a little bit. THC got hammered down a little bit. Boy, this is the quietest day for the AI in probably months. Only 3 alerts a day. I'm sure we're not going to get any, probably not going to get any for the balance of the day. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, what time is it? 2:46. So I'll be shutting the room down at around 3 o'clock. Well, this is interesting. I mean, so this has been struggling to get through that 30. Let's just see what it does right now, THC. I mean, this might give us a nice little short, depending what happens here. The volume is completely dried up now on the THC. Been asked, is it? I mean, you're chasing it down. I mean, it is, drifting down, down, down. I mean, it's the good thing it's got going for it. It's underneath the whole number, CRDF. But you're chasing it down now on these two time frames. I mean, it may work. It's underneath 9. You want to put a 9 stop on it and see what happens. It'll be a very tight stop. Oh, Kodak on the move here. This this Celestica is just kind of inching its way up. Again, one of these ones I'm sure it'll be on the watch list for tomorrow. It has a lot of room still on that daily chart to move on a percentage basis. Okay, so we're getting close to the end. Now's a good time. Of course, you want to ask me some questions before we wrap this up today. Anywhere from 0 to a million, I would think. In that range, absolutely. All right, we're just in case somebody's coming into the room wondering what. Of course, I'm just kidding. You sort of kid here. I mean, but we get the question a lot. How much can I make? How do you answer a question like that? Like, who are you? How long you've been trading? What sort of a trader are you? How disciplined are you? What's the size of your account? There's so many things that go into it. Yeah, I mean, with that scan, what I'm seeing here, I mean, obviously, I mean, you take a look at a Met. I look at Met. It's triggered in the scan. What I see is maybe, you know, you got a couple of days right here at 39.10. You know, will that stall it? You know, a couple of days right at the same price. You know, a lot of times a whole number will stall a stock on its own, but you know, you see it right there, 39.09. You know, William, you've made a good point though also. I mean, trading obviously becomes a lot easier when you're not having to rely on it 100%, you know, to make mortgage payments, rent, food, education, and all of that. Yeah, one of my early, I don't even want to call him a mentor, but I remember him saying something like, not to me personally, but just in general, if you have to make money in the market to live, get out of trading. I know it's brutal to say. Yeah, but I'm trading for a few years also, you know. So I'm talking about new people coming in, brand new. I mean, they all the you know, it depends on what they've. Wow, look at this one, guys. ACCO. What do I see here? Again, boy, if I can take out that 730 mark, or sorry, 630 mark, and look at the volume that came in. All right, guys. Is that a good night or GN? So that's a good night. Good night, real. Never know. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Are there any other questions? So I'll always stick around if there's some questions, but otherwise, I think I'll just wrap this up today. Another unbelievable day. Yeah, okay, I don't see any questions. Okay, everybody, thanks a lot for, again, I say it every day, but I truly mean it. Thanks a lot for all the help. Thanks for the civility in the room. Makes the job as a moderator a lot easier. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.